Unless you order some more. Alright, they think it's a battle of the dungeons or what's that? What's that crazy game? Yeah. Joe, I wish Bunsen was still No, I know, but that's well, they never get to those
Obviously, we can't do it now.
it all depends.
Good evening. The regular meeting of the South San Antonio Independent School District Board of Trustees will come to order. Today is December 18th, 2019, and the time is 6 p.m. Could I have roll call, please, Michelle?
Stacy Amelete.
Present.
Gilbert Rodriguez.
Present.
Connie Prado.
Present.
Shirley Ibarra Peña. Homer Flores.
Here.
Kevin Rasco.
Present.
Veronica Barba. Present.
Thank you. At this time, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, the Texas Pledge, the prayer, and the call to action. Would everyone please rise and remove your hats, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please bow your head in prayer. As we begin this meeting, Lord, we want to give honor to you. Thank you for the time we have today to discuss issues and make decisions. May you bless each person who has taken the time to gather here today, and let your hand of protection be on them throughout the holiday season and beyond. Amen.
Call to action.
All students enjoy successful education experiences, empowering them to make decisions while enriching their lives in the future they create. Thank you. Please be seated. Before we start with the citizens we've heard, I'd like to read the board meeting rules of decorum. The board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience or individual board members. If after at least one warning from the presiding officer, any person continues to disrupt the meeting by his or her words or actions, the presiding officer may request assistance from law enforcement officials to have the person removed from the meeting. Applause, outbursts, or demonstrations by any spectator will not be permitted during the course of the meeting. Everyone will take a seat. There will be no standing. Signs are not allowed during the proceedings. At no time during a board meeting, whether a regular or special call meeting, and whether in open or closed session, shall a board member use his or her cell phone or engage in texting. The use of phones or texting demonstrates a lack of respect for the proceeding and may, under certain circumstances, even be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. Board members will refrain from private discussions during any board meeting, whether in open or closed session. In the event of an emergency, board members will excuse themselves from the meeting to address the emergency. Thank you. Next, we have citizens to be heard. Mr. Rodriguez, our Vice President, will handle the citizens to be heard.
Madam President, there are no citizens to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Moving along, this is one of the highlights of our meetings is recognition. Ms. Sendejo?
Yes, good evening, Mrs. Fellow, members of the board, our community, our staff and students for being here today. At this time, we do have several recognitions. There are two in particular that we would like to consider and change just due to last minute changes, which is recognition 1 and 2. So we'd like to begin with recognition 3. Recognition of Christmas card contest winners, and I'd like to welcome Ms. Collier.
Madam President, board member, Mrs. Sendejo. Okay. So we had some amazing submissions from all of our students for the Christmas card contest. Boy, do we have some creative kids, and it was really tough to choose. All of the ones here today are winners. We did have to pick one overall district winner, but all of you guys are winners, and they are beautiful. You should have gotten your cards already. First up, I'm going to call up the winner for Armstrong Elementary School, Leilani Lopez.
Ms. Collins, we're going to have the board members.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I'm down. Yes, come on in. Armstrong, are they here? Okay. Next up is Kazin Middle School, Lanny Montoya. Next up is Shepherd Middle School, Daisy Chavarria. We do have some that are having events right now as well. Go all the way down and stand and take a photo. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Next we have Zamora Middle School, Goladaya Gonzalez. Great job, come on up. Great job, thank you. Palo Alto Elementary School, Braylon Martinez. Next up is Dwight Middle School, Alonzo Munoz. And then we have Athens Elementary School, Sarah Orozco. And then we have Benavides Elementary School, Marilyn Bernal. And then we have Five Palms Elementary School, Jacqueline Hinojosa. Oh, she's not here? Okay. And then we have Hutchins Elementary School, Ariana Coronada. That's her right there? Yes!
What are you wearing?
All right, principal.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
We have Napa Elementary School, Aaliyah Mares. And then we have Carrillo Elementary School, Jada Martinez.
Yes, I did.
1, 2, 3.
Congratulations, thank you. Elementary School, Kevin Landa Flores.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Jaden Sanchez. Thank you. Can we get all of our Christmas card winners to come back up and take a photo together? Hold on, let's get all of them together. All of the winners, please come back up and take a photo.
All right, everybody smile. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. And for that, I'm going to call for the spelling bee contest.
Madam Chair, Ms. and fellow board members. So at this time, actually, if it's okay with you, Ms. Bell, I would like to recognize our art contest winners first before we do the spelling bee, if that's okay with you guys. So again, good evening. My name is David Williams. I'm the Director of Federal and State Programs. We're going to recognize our art contest winners for this school year. And this year's title was We Are Family, Somos Familia. And it's for the board members that may as well, it's always been a ESL bilingual department art contest. So this year we changed it up. So this year was bilingual ESL/special ed art contest winner. So this time I would like to recognize our winners. So we did give them the certificates in their classroom and recognize them, but we do have a cool art supply bag for the winners today as well. So our pre-K winner, let's start off with our pre-K winner. Our pre-K winner comes from Athens Elementary. Chanel Morales, come on up. Thank you, Chanel. Now we have a second winner from Hutchins Elementary, and that is for Catalina Cantu. Catalina, come on up. Our first grade winner also comes from Hutchins Elementary, Maria Vela. Second grade winner comes from Five Palms. Morning, from what I this year. She also won in first grade. And she's going to be now as a second grader, and that's Stephanie Saldana Pedra. Our third grade winner is from Athens Elementary, Abraham Hernandez. Our fourth grade winner comes from Price Elementary, and that's Andrea Lizalde. Let's move on to fifth grade. Our fifth grade winner is also from Price Elementary, Crystal Mendez. Our seventh grade winner is from Zamora Middle School, and Victoria Vaughn. Moving on to eighth grade, also from Zamora Middle School, Jose Castro. So that does complete the art contest winners. I don't know if you want to do the group picture like together.
Yes.
So like in our contest winners, come back up to the stage area so that we can take a large picture.
Alright, we're here first, let's go, 1, 2, 3.
On November 20th, we had our annual district spelling bee contest. And this time I would like to recognize the winners, and we do have trophies for them today. So in the elementary divisions, we do have 3 divisions, elementary, middle school, and then of course high school. So at this time I would like to recognize our elementary winner, and recognize them with a trophy today, and that's a 5th grader from Price Elementary, Diana Aguilar. And her teacher, receiving your work for her today.
There we go. 1, 2, 3. One, two. Good job, guys.
So our middle school winner is from Zamora Middle School, 7th grader, Erica Escobar. Okay, I would like to recognize the 5th grade winner. She just got here. So we get to meet the other
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
And our high school winner is an 11th grader, of course, it's also in high school, Kayla Oliva. And if we could do a group picture, we can have the other 2 winners. But as they're coming up, I do want to mention, so all 3 of them now go to the next stage, which is our Region 20, and that's going to be on February 11th. So we definitely want to wish the best of luck.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We actually do have, if that's okay with you, Mr. Cotto, one more presentation. We'd like to recognize some of our business partners. Right now, I'm going to call up Wayne De Leon for that recognition.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Nichols. As you know, on November 15th was a beautiful day in South Bend with the opening of our care zone. And so with that, it took a lot of work and a lot of people to come together to help us make that day a reality. One of the first persons I would like to introduce is a new staff member, and that's Manuel Maldonado. He is our bureau coordinator and worked relentlessly going to Lowe's, back and forth, connecting with them. And so I'd like to have Mr. Maldonado join us, and he's going to introduce our partners from 3 different Lowe's stores.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, fellow colleagues, parents, for being here on an evening during the week with your students, and more importantly, students. I would like to thank each and every one of you, especially my colleagues, for making me feel welcome to our 5th month. And as hashtag we are family, somos familia, I do feel like family, so thank you for that. I appreciate all of that. when I was asked to assist with the CARE Zone after my first month, right, I reached out to some partners that I had built some relationships previously with, and met with a manager out at the Lowe's number 2480, which is out at the Rim. Jose Corpus said, I would like you to speak with a project manager who handles all the projects for the community. So walk up, introduce myself to Alyssa Panez, speak with her for about 5-6 minutes about what it is that we're trying to do with the CARE Zone. And turns out, she's like, well, what is this for? San Antonio Independent School District, this is something that we're trying to do within the community. She is an alumni from South San and designed the Bobcat Clothing Den as well as the Wellness Center for the Food Pantry. It was awesome. So she spent a lot of time, and she's not here today, but she spent a lot of time working on the project. We met, got some ideas together, and she put a lot of her time and energy into it. Jose Corpus, who is not here, JJ Hinton, who's a manager out at 2480, not here, but Alyssa is alumni. So it's kind of ironic that I meet her within my first month being here. She's alumni. She actually teared up when she came to campus. She met us there at Athens, started looking at the design for the rooms, started tearing up because this is kind of what she wants to do, give back to her community. So Lowe's in South San Antonio, it's all about community and giving back. So after I spoke with them and they agreed, I said, well, let me try Zards and Morris. So I reached out to 2789, or actually 2786 at Zards and Morris. Met with Mr. Loza, who's a new manager there at the store. He referred me to Mr. Aguayo. I started speaking with Mr. Aguayo. Turns out that he's an assistant manager, also a graduate from South San. So he's like, Mr. Maldonado, whatever you need. He said, that's what I like to hear. we will put that to good use. Oh, yes. And then I went a little bit further and went to Goliath Lowe's and spoke with the manager at Goliath Lowe's and let them know, hey, this is what we're trying to do. Can you help assist? They, in one day, said, whatever you need. So they gave supplies from paint to brushes to curtains to the carpentry. They gave us everything that we needed. The wood, a lot of the tools. Tried to get some manpower, but they were unable to do that. But it turns out that Deborah Barton referred me over to Jack Espinosa, who is actually here today. He's a South San alumni as well. So I them. Jack is here, and he was like, whatever you need, Mr. Maldonado. So I just want to thank them for giving their stores supplies. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And, you know, we've got there are a lot of people involved in, you know, you've got people that have to sign off.
Can we get the
Yes, ma'am. And you have people that have to sign off, and Claudia Mendez is actually administrative associate that also is former Bobcat or from here as well. It was a team effort. It came together very, very nicely. So I want to thank you for agreeing to help assist the school district and the students and the community of South San Independent School District. So we also have a store certificate which is going to be displayed within each one of the stores. We have certificates that are going to be given out to the manager and assistant managers. I think it's all about partnerships. So we're going to continue to work with Lowe's on any service projects that we have. As a mentoring coordinator here, it's one of the things that I'm trying to stress upon the 7th and 8th graders that we're working with, and even some of the high school students giving back to the community. So thank you. I appreciate you. And Ms. Mendez, she would like to say a couple words, if that's okay, Madam President.
So something that we've learned working at Lowe's is it's really important to serve those that serve others. We learned that by supporting our military members. So when we were asked to help participate in this project, it was another opportunity for us to help serve those serving others. So thank you for allowing us to help start this chapter and build a future with South San ISD with the pantry and the closet. We are really grateful to have been a part of that community involvement. So thank you. Thank you.
So one of our students, nice to be up here with you guys, one of our Christmas card contest winners from Armstrong Elementary School, Leilani Lopez. Come on up. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone for coming.
Thank everyone. That concludes our recognition. Next on the agenda is the superintendent's remarks. Yes, Cindy.
Thank you, Mrs. Prado. How do we top that? That was wonderful. Sounds great to begin with recognition and just all the great hard work that our students are exhibiting in our campuses. Along with that, as we know, we're tick-tocking through a couple more days before our holiday break. So we're excited. Don't hear any claps for that one. But most importantly, last week was our second round of Common Assessment, so we're excited to have gone through that process. Our staff, our principals, our directors, and departments are taking time to view that information, our scores, and make the pathway as to how we prepare when we come back from the holiday. So looking forward to sharing that information with you all here in the next couple of months. Alongside with that, we know there's many celebrations here in the next couple of days, so we wish that all our campuses and our staff have a restful break alongside the support of our school members, board members as well. So again, thank you for being here and looking forward to our holiday break. Thank you, Mrs. Fernando.
Thank you, Ms. Sendejo. Next item on the agenda are the consent items, and we have consent items, board members 1 through 6. So at this time, are there any items under consent that you wish to have pulled for discussion? Anyone? No? Okay, if there are no items to be pulled, then at this time, do I hear a motion to approve consent items 1 through 6?
Motion to approve consent items 1 through 6.
I have a motion by Ms. Alderete. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
I have a second by Mr. Roscoe. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, moving on now to presentation and reports. Number one is our public hearing to discuss South San Antonio ISD 2019 school first rating and the financial management report. Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Prado. At this time, yes, we'd like to present the first rating and financial management report to our board. We do have Mr. Doucette, and then definitely will gladly entertain any questions. Welcome, Mr. Doucette.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Mrs. Dale, good evening, good night. Can't top what we just did, so get through this as quickly as I can. The purpose of the first rating is the Financial Accountability Rating System of Texas. For board members that are new, the primary goal of this to improve the district's management of school financial resources, and the rating is based on analysis of staff and student data that was reported, reported for the 2017-2018 school year, and the budgetary and actual financial data for the fiscal year ending August of 2018, August 31st, 2018. What this rating does is it ensures that districts are held accountable for the quality of their financial management practices, as well as achieving improvements in scores and performance in the management of their financial resources. Do we have that? Yes. Slide 2. Next slide. So our rating for the 17-18, which was based on data from the 16-17 school year, we passed. We had a superior rating and a district score of 90. For 18-19 school year, we passed again with a superior rating and raised our score approximately 4 points. How the rating is determined, at the bottom you see the rating standards of everything. So our 17-18 score was again a 90, superior, which is above or meet standards, and we definitely do not want to have a substandard achievement. Our 18-19 score was 94. Again, we increased by 4 basis points. This is based on indicators 1 through, I think it's 14. Indicator 1 through 15. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. 1 through 15. Indicator 1 was a complete annual financial report submitted to TEA, the Texas Education Agency, within 30 days of the November 27th or January 28th deadline, which depends on the school district's fiscal year end date of either June 30th or August 31st. Yes, our response was submitted to TEA before the deadline of August 31st. Indicator 2, Indicator 2A, was there an unmodified opinion on the annual financial report as a whole? Yes, the opinion expressed by our independent auditors on the August 31st, 2018 audit was an unmodified opinion. And there's a disclaimer there, a qualification on the financial report. It means that the district needs to correct some of the data or financial controls. Our goal is to receive an unmodified or an unqualified opinion on our annual financial report, and we achieved that for both the previous year and the current year data. Indicator 2B, did an external auditor report that the AFR was free of any instances of material weaknesses in internal controls or the financial reporting and compliance for local, state, and federal funds. Both years we did receive a yes. That response, our auditors reported that our annual financial report was free of any instance of material weakness or internal controls. What that says is we're managing the resources of the district quite well. Indicator 3, that's a long one. Was the school district in compliance with the payment terms of all debt agreements at the end of the fiscal year? There's quite a bit that goes into this. Both years we did receive a yes on our scoring, and we had no instance of default on bonded and debted obligations for this fiscal year ending 2018. This indicator seeks compliance with laws, rules, and regulations. So in essence, we are following the law as need be. Number 4, indicator 4, did the school district make timely payments to teachers' retirement system? If we hadn't, I'm pretty sure the boardroom would be full. So we've done that quite well over the last few years. This indicator is considered passed if we made timely payments to TRS, the TWF, TWC, or IRS, and any other government agencies. Indicator 5 is not scored at this time. I think that will be added into the 2020-2021 school years. Moving on to indicator 6, the number of days of cash on hand and current investments in the general fund for school districts sufficient to cover operating expenditures, not including facilities acquisition and construction. We scored a 10 out of 10 on this indicator, and it focuses on the solvency of the district by calculating the days cash on hand and assigns a point based on greater than or equal to 90 days worth being 10 points. So we have a sufficient supply or sufficient cash on hand to handle any indebtedness that we have. Excuse me. Indicator 7, the measure of current assets to liabilities ratio for the school district sufficient to cover short-term debt. Our indicator, we scored an 8 out of 10 on this point. It's a standard ratio used by commercial lending facilities, and it calculates our ratio and assigns points based on a greater than or equal to 3 being worth a total of 10 points. So our indicator for this was a 2.94 for the 2018 fiscal year. Our ratio of long-term liabilities to total assets for the district, again, our 1782 score was a 4. We jumped 2 basis points to a 6. Our ratio, the long-term ratio of liability to assets was 0.7836 for 2018. This assigns the points based on a 0.60 being worth 10 points. Our goal is to get there, and we're making strides to do that. Indicator 9, our general fund revenues equal to or exceeding expenditures, excluding facilities acquisitions and construction. We scored a 10 out of 10 for both the 17-18 and 18-19 reporting. And this seeks to prove that our general fund revenue is equal to or exceeds expenditures with a greater than or equal to 0 being worth 10 points. Our ratio for the 2018 school year was 8.37%. Indicator 10, our debt service coverage ratio sufficient to meet our required debt service. We scored again a 10 out of 10. Our ratio for the 2018 school year was 1.728. Again, this is based on greater than or equal to 1.20 being worth 10 points. Indicator 11, our administrative cost ratio equal to or less than the threshold ratio. TEA and state law sets a cap on the percentage that the budget Texas school districts can spend on admin costs based on the district size. For districts in the South San ISD's category, the administrative cost ratio should fall below 10 and be awarded 10 points. Our admin cost ratio, or administrative cost ratio, was 9.08 for 2018. So we again increased in that area. Indicator 12, did the district not have a 15% decline in students to staff ratio over 3 years? And that includes total enrollment to total staff. Our ratio for the 2017-2018 year was, we had a 3.71% decline in students over the last 3 years. And this calculates the staff ratio over a 3-year period and size 10 points. If the district has less than a 15% decline, you can see we're well under that, so. Indicator 13 did the comparison of public education information system teams data to like information in the school district's annual financial report result in a total variance of less than 3% of all expenditures by function. Our variance for 2018 was 0.0116%, which is far below the allowable 3% variation. So again, we scored a 10 out of 10 for both years, 17, 18, and 14 year. Indicator 14 did the internal or external audit. Independent auditor indicated that the AFR annual financial report was free of instances of material non-compliance for grants, contracts, and laws related to local, state, or federal funds. Our annual report indicated that the South San Antonio ISD was free of any material non-compliance for 2018. And again, we scored a 10 out of 10 there. So. And last but not least, did the district not receive an adjusted repayment schedule for more than one fiscal year over an allocation of foundation school program funds as a result of a financial hardship? We did not receive an adjusted repayment schedule for more than one fiscal year over allocation for the foundation school program, so we scored a 10 out of 10 there. So again, our total score for the 17-18 year with data from 16-17 was 90, and this year our total score was 94. So we did increase 4 basis points on that. Again, the goal is to go even higher next year. The next slide that you're going to see is required again. It's reimbursements received by the superintendent and board members for the fiscal year ended August 31st of 2018. And this shows payments out that were mostly included with travel for meals, lodging, transportation, and any other costs that were associated with that. The next slide is going to be any gifts that were received by the superintendent or board members for the fiscal year ended August 2018 that were reported. We had no gifts that were reported through that fiscal year. And next slide is any outside compensation that was received by the superintendent for professional consulting or other personal services for the fiscal year ended August 2018, and nothing was reported. And finally, our business transactions between the school district and board members for the period ended August 31st, 2018, and there's no transactions, business transactions between the members of the board and the district at the time. I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you may have now.
Board members, have any questions for staff on the indicators at this time?
Madam President, I have a question.
Okay.
On that last slide, can we go back to that last slide where it says transactions? Didn't Mrs. Olstein have a CPR company here with us and we did pay her funds for that?
Not in the fiscal year 2018.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay. Anyone else? Any more questions on the indicators? I want to make a comment. I'm glad to see that we've progressed from 90 to 94. Our goal has always been to achieve 100. And of course, my indicator that I've always monitored closely was the administrative cost ratio. And it has improved significantly in the past 2 years. So I'm glad to see that. There are 2 indicators I think that we still need to work on. I think there were 7 and 8. So I hope we have a plan to reduce those funds so we can get a 10 and therefore get us back to the 100. I know it takes time, and the scores that we get are in arrears. It's a year late. So, but I'm glad to see the improvement, and our goal, of course, is 100% points and superior. A lot of the districts are able to achieve that, so there's no reason why South San can't either. So, but this was a very detailed report. We've never had this before. We've been handed the first report, the original one, but never by indicators. So I was very pleased to see this. Thank you so much.
If you're not tired of hearing my voice, I don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underhill. Okay. Does that conclude the presentation?
That does conclude the presentation. Thank you, Mrs.
Our next presentation is the financial statements for the month ending November 30th, 2019. Ms. Underhill.
Yes, ma'am, you get to hear me. As you know, we have been providing the monthly budget reporting, and we hope that that has assisted as we transition from month to month, beginning in September 2019. For our new board members, down at the bottom left corner, you will see what is the percentage expended number there. The common practice is that we expend about 8%, give or take, of our budget of what you see from the encumbrance and such on the report. So looking into the November report, we are at about 25.66. We are about a percentage and a half ahead as far as expending, and we've shared in previous months some of those reasons, and you'll see the alignment there, the percentages of where those have occurred. Alongside that, over at the top, you'll see the actual revenues that are about at 19.9 million, and the expenses to date at about 18.1 million. It does still show a surplus, and we know that we anticipated that in the beginning months, so here soon we will transition and shift just a little there as we continue sharing next steps and potential budget amendments will come. Alongside that, you see the 1.18 million there. Please know that last month's budget amendment, there was an adjustment of 10%, that's what you see there as well. The estimated fund balances are there, and I can tell you over at the revenue, 5,700 local and intermediate revenues, the adjustment came in a little later, so you will see it reflected in the January budget report as well. That is really all we have there. There aren't any particular questions on that one. I will definitely try and answer with the team, because I know there's a few of us here for that. We do have the food service fund there. We've been excited as we have been meeting with our extended cabinet on Mondays. Mr. Stevens has been phenomenal. There's been some great transformations done to our cafeterias, and some of you that have been there have seen that transformation and some of the opportunities that we are now allotted, because we do have some funding available for that. So we're excited for that as well. Lastly, you see the debt service fund, and here in the next couple of months we will have our bond payments. So we will see some adjustment there on the actual surplus that you see currently listed under the debt service fund. And just to keep in mind, that is done every February and August of the year.
Thank you, Ms. Alejo. Any questions, board members, on the financial report?
Madam President, I'd just like to make a comment and just thank Ms. Alejo for presenting us with this monthly budget report. It's certainly, you and your staff, Ms. Alejo, so thank you very much. It certainly helps us in our responsibilities of providing financial oversight and making the appropriate decisions where we need to make them as a board. So it helps tremendously. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I chuckle just a little bit because typically during the week we come together. I'm coached a little bit, and I will tell you, it just continues to just build my skills, and I love it. Along that, just another additional document that you all receive is when there are specific adjustments that are being made, you're also being shared those reports of those numbers that are shifting throughout the year. So we're happy to provide those and answer any questions that come along when the board book is released to you all. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Ms. Alejo. Okay, moving on, the next item is item number 3, and that's the West Campus High School presentation number 1. Ms. Alejo.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Prado, we are really excited because we've had multiple meetings as we have transitioned into West Campus, and many of conversations that we've had throughout the year. Some of what we have been able to do here recently is just really share the identity and the transformation of what's to come to our West Campus High School. So we ask that you bear with us What you will see today is one of many presentations that are coming, and of course, some modifications made as we present to our families and our campuses here in the next month as well. We will definitely answer any questions. So it'll be a combination between Mrs. Orozco, Mrs. Lorraine De Leon, myself, and I do believe we have Dr. Hernandez is not here physically. He's on Skype just in case we need him, but I think we were able to manage as much of what is needed to be answered this evening, but we're excited that he took the effort to Skype in for the time being. So I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Orozco first, and I think we'll chime in alongside. But please, if there are any particular questions, we can definitely also answer those for you all. Along that, and I will see, because I see him back there, and I see Ms. Martinez Munoz, I'm sorry, and Mr. Zamora, but you know, speak me up very much. As well, as you will see a slide on the University Interscholastic League, the UIL as well. So lots to share today. But Ms. Orozco?
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So as Mrs. Sandoval said,
Should be. No?
no.
Right, just tell me when.
Okay. Okay, so as Mrs. Sandoval said, this presentation is going to grow as the full reopening of West Campus progresses. So this is why I know my presentations usually aren't just 2 lines. But so the enrollment right now, of course, we're looking at enrollment for West Campus. Zoned enrollment is going to be from Shepherd, 8th graders from Shepherd. Currently, the 8th grade class is zoned to West Campus High School. At the time we turned in the presentation, there were 179 students. Since then, we have 2 more. So we're looking at 181 students sitting at Shepherd right now in the 8th grade class. Since we are an open enrollment district, this is going to be open enrollment for 9th and 10th graders because we're building each grade level as we go. So for upcoming communications, there are going to be information meetings about the high school transition for the families of incoming 9th graders. The January dates have already been set. They're going to be held from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. for all 8th grade students. We are having them at each of the 4 middle schools, and there are dates listed. The information meetings for those individual schools will be recorded and then put on the campus website so that parents that can't make it at that individual campus can watch it, just in case.
And Mrs. Orozco, I'm going to chime in just so that we can share as well what we all are also considering as we align all the dates will impact all programs. So there our families are receiving all the specific information as what's to come and what opportunities are offered to all our 8th grade cohorts making decisions and transitioning into our high schools. The opportunity to record and just really have it available will assist us as our families are making decisions here in the next couple of months, because early registration will begin in February.
Yes, so one of our earliest registrations, we are looking at beginning the returning student registration in February, which is, I think, the earliest we've ever done it. So going on, for the master schedule, what we're looking at is, and I'm showing the 9th and 10th grade because we're just building each year. So for 9th grade, we're looking at the core classes, our English, our social studies, our science, and math. We're looking at both regular and advanced courses here. Our one, of course, for our freshmen, Principles of Information Technology and Cybersecurity 1, of course, PE and athletics, and then our Spanish 1 and 2. That's for 9th graders because some of our 8th graders take Spanish in middle school. Then, of course, for 10th grade, we have the same 4, both regular and advanced courses. Spanish 1 and 2 again, PE athletics, and the electives are going to stay as is to complete the sequence of courses where necessary. So some of the sequence of courses where they were having a set program or pathway, that's going to stay as is. We are speaking with other school districts that bus between the high schools, just so we can, we are doing that right now, but it's always best to get information from as many sources as possible, so we're seeking to understand the best possible way to implement this. And so we are speaking with Harlandale and Southwest to review the course offering and electives and review their bell schedule, see how they transport. We're doing a great job right now about it, but we always want to make sure that we're getting all the information possible.
But given this year, the transition of our cohort into West Campus and the decisions that some of our students make, obviously with our parents alongside, we're trying to ensure that we have as many options and opportunities at West Campus, so the decisions that are being made of what is being offered at South San High School can be best accommodated here in West Campus as well. I will tell you, Harlandale and Southwest by far, because they do have, there's some commonalities, they each have 2 high schools, so it does assist us quite a bit. I had the opportunity to speak to the interim superintendent very closely and ask specific questions about it, of what opportunities we have available and how they determine those transitions between campus to campus and ensure that we're still keeping the enrollment according to the feeder patterns to our high schools.
And in fact, tomorrow we have a meeting at Southwest High School to look at their bell schedule. So we're excited. We're taking a team tomorrow. So staffing, as you noticed, we're looking at the course loads, the course sequences. So we are now not ready to give those projections yet, but again, as we're looking at the course offerings, we will be making those adjustments. At this time, with regard to teachers, we do anticipate having to have 3 teachers per quarter cover both the regular and any advanced courses. Also, we're working closely with athletics to look at the physical education program and the athletics that we'll be offering. So I know our athletics staff is looking at those numbers as well as we start to plan the sports that will be available here next year. With regard to current staffing, we do have a secretary, a nurse, 3 core teachers, 1 inclusion, and a custodian.
I also would like to share, you don't see it here on this slide, and something that has come up in multiple conversations has been our early college and our health and science schools as well. We are currently having those conversations as well as to how can we accommodate our early college students, because we are averaging about 30 to 40 kiddos in the application process. And again, being mindful of the enrollment at West Campus and ensuring that we can do all that we can. And I will tell you, our neighboring districts have been really supportive in sharing that information with us as well. So more to come with specificity when it comes to that. I will tell you a positive win just in preparation that with registration beginning as early as February will allow us to have specific numbers a lot sooner than rather than later. So we know that will definitely assist us through our budget process as well when we come forward with additional funding allocation that we may need at West Campus High School.
If I may, I'd like to ask a question, since we're talking about staffing. Is it the intent of the staff, or Ms. Alejo, is your intent when it comes to staffing to utilize those teachers that have more than 1 preparation? So that your number of teachers that you have to bring in would limit the number? Because you do have some teachers that are certified in, for example, English 1 and English 2. So instead of having to hire 2 teachers, you have 1 that will be doing both at the same time. And I know sometimes that it's a little more for the teacher, but offering an incentive maybe to have them come in and teach with 2 preparations, I think would save the district some money.
Thank you for the question, Mrs. Prado. And yes, ma'am, in the conversations and just looking back at the master schedule, focusing on 9th grade, focusing on 10th grade, maximizing on the number of students to ensure that, of course, the prepping for teachers is a balance, one. And then, of course, once we get into perhaps the junior and the senior level courses, it varies a bit, but definitely something that we've talked about as far as the incentive opportunities there for teachers to take on that responsibility has also been discussed. So thank you for asking that.
Thank you.
So we have now, we will be a 3A Division II district. So here at year one for next school year.
I'm just going to interrupt you there for a little bit because I honestly wanted to share with you very early on in September before we discussed this, when we had the opportunities to have the discussion about this, I will tell you that Ms. Munoz and Mr. Zamora took it at 100% instantly to make the connections, create those conversations, to bring back information quite rapidly for us. And not just because they're sitting here, but really appreciate that opportunity that we want to have for our students, and it takes everyone to do that. I will tell you, most recently in a conference call, it was Ms. Indejo, whatever it is that we need to do there, if we need to transition over, or it just really truly warmed my heart to have that expressed by our staff. So we thank you, Ms. Munoz, Mr. Zamora, for that. I know there's quite a bit of technicality when it comes to what you see here in many scenarios that we will discuss, but this is just a snippet of what we've already done, and you probably have seen it out there that we submitted for UIL competition, both academic and athletically.
So with your permission,
There you go.
can I have y'all join us?
Absolutely.
They are our resident experts, that's for sure.
Good evening, Board President, Ms. Votto, members of the board, Ms. Adele. There is, like you expressed, excitement running through our veins, and Ms. Munoz is ready to get going here. So we've been meeting, discussing with UIL Director Mark Cousins quite a bit, and he shared his information with Ms. Adele, and he'll be sharing another form in January, and that form in January that we received as a district will be important because that'll lay out the guidelines as where the direction we'll be going as far as that area.
On the January, speaking to Mr. Cousins, the January form is to verify and modify anything that was sent in October. For instance, I read up there in 3A Division 2, it says year 1, the first year, 9th and JV only. At that time, the modification can be, with the exception of team sports, you can clarify or verify that you would like to have individual sports, varsity level individual sports, because you can't have that one kid that's a freshman or a sophomore that is varsity eligible, as far as golf, tennis, cross country, track and field. Those are the areas that we've seen them. So at that time, you can declare and say, we'd like to go with our individual sports, and in speaking to Northside and Southwest, they did that to keep the kids interested. You have to be able to offer something for these kids so that they don't get discouraged. So at that level, we can have individual sports. At the same time, you can declare one at play, UIL, those are, but not the team sports until the second year. And then we'll receive another form. So you should be receiving the form that will come to the superintendent in after January 2020.
Don't leave. So year 2, we're looking at 2021, 2022. We will be varsity eligible. That time is also a realignment year. So we will be receiving that notification in February of 2022. Although we won't have a football team, we will be bringing in all varsity sports in year 3 for the school year 2022-2023. Again, as they stated, we will continue to be proposing any modifications that will again benefit our students. And I do want to say that they have, as Ms. Adele said, they have been very eager and supportive. They even created brochures that we passed out at the Blue Santa event this week, so thank you all. I mean, we were passing those like hotcakes. And the kids, as we were driving and we saw a group of teens and students, we were passing those flyers out along the parade route. So thank you all. With regard to P-TECH, if I may introduce Ms. Bobby Hilton. Ms. Bobby is our CT coordinator. Ms. Hilton, we have started to do what we feel very proud of, extensive work now researching a P-TECH program. And so Ms. Bobby led our committee, our design team, and so we've had probably 7 meetings on a weekly basis. We're meeting at high school, looking at any opportunities, talking, we've had, and I can tell you, on November 11th, we met with TAM USA. We had staff talk to us about those in the cybersecurity division, and although they shared multiple programs that we can participate in, they did offer that they have a high-tech cybersecurity lab that they said that our students could already begin to go visit. So they have been very supportive, and Bobby has been very instrumental in making those connections, as well as on November 22nd, we did get a letter of support from Texas A&M as we applied for a grant, and this grant that TA is offering is a grant for technical support. Although there's no monies, Educate Texas, if we do get this grant, they will come and fund alongside of us. So that technical support will be free of charge to the district. So Ms. Bobby hit the submit button on November 22nd, right before Thanksgiving, and so our application is in, and so we're eager to hear something at the start of the new year. So again, with that grant, what would happen is they will provide comprehensive support to us next year, beginning the dialogue this year and the training next year for implementation in 2021, 2022. So we would use all of next year along with Educate Texas under the guidance to the plan.
So if I may, and just again to reiterate, just commending the team, when you think of the timeline and what is taking place this time of the year to prepare to continue with positive student outcomes, we are also preparing for the future, the next 3 years, the next 5 years as well. So you're having to shift hats and shift from one meeting to another. And I will tell you, I see Mr. Charlie Gallardo here as well. Everyone comes in and pitches in through this process. So it takes a whole team of staff that is willing and open. There's so many technicalities, so many questions and the meetings of the minds to come together to put this, to move it forward. I do also want to re-highlight the opportunity that we get to, in hopes to plan alongside the Texas A&M San Antonio University here right in our backyard. President Benita Madsen, along with Dr. Carl Shapiris, were extremely instrumental to ensure that we could submit that application when we did. So we really, we are appreciative of that and what's to come once the grant is approved. So again, many more celebrations and just lots of work still. This is just the foundation of what can be a great opportunity for our students.
Well, I'm going to ask Ms. Hilton, and she'll talk a little bit about the STEM pathway with cybersecurity.
We're implementing, actually starting next year, before we begin or ready the P-TECH status, we're going to go ahead and run with a cybersecurity program study. The state of Texas has come up with several new programs to study, and this is one that is going to be moving forward as a new one. So the students will start out in their freshman year next year, and we'll also have programs for the sophomores next year as well that will provide them with the principles of information technology, which is required of all South San students, but then also foundations in cybersecurity. And then it'll move forward to, well, they'll have a capstone, in their senior year where they'll be working with industry partners. That's definitely the plan that we have moving forward.
And so, as Ms. Hilton said, talking about partners, we are already working with Port San Antonio. They have been providing us guidance, so we are, again, reaching out to multiple sources. In fact, also Ms. Hilton helped us gather because for this application we did need a letter of support. So So Algen, a computer supply company, signed off and said that they would be willing for student interns in the future, and they are also graduates. Right, can you say?
Yes. Well, when I was having to sign the assurance letter that we submitted to TEA as part of the application, they shared with me that the gentleman was a South San Antonio ISD graduate there, and not only that, a West Campus graduate. And so they were very excited to participate. And so not only will they offer us opportunities to work, but they're going to serve on our advisory committee and participate in developing the programs moving forward.
So again, we are, like you said, just working on these opportunities to collaborate. So hopefully it will lead to a full partnership at some point, but now at least we are starting the discussions early, because it does say that it takes about 18 months to solidify the partnerships. And as we stated, we've already met with TAM USA, and so we'll be meeting with them as well as Palo Alto, so we can continue the 2+2 program. And yesterday, we had staff members go to Lytle ISD to visit the program in their district, and it's a smaller district similar to us, and so that was insightful. Would you like to share them?
Yes, I'm looking at Ms. Hilton. Ms. Hilton?
Well, they were very welcoming. They have been through the year of planning that's required by TEA, and now they're actually in their first year of implementation. And I learned a great deal. You know, one of the things on the application was how many students do you anticipate? And so we were like, okay, let's say 100. You know, that's how many we'd like to have in there. But they shared with us that they went with a percentage of their enrollment so that they could have, you know, kind of a guidepost to go by and not pull away from too many of their other programs. And so they were, I told Ms. Indeo on the phone, I said, I think I found a new best friend. You know, they were so helpful. And so just some of the things that they've learned, they shared some of the mistakes they've made and some of the ideas that they've gained from working with other districts and they worked with St. Philip's. And so that's who their partnership was with as far as an IHE. So it was just a wonderful way to get started and just to know that somebody's going to be there for us to ask questions as we move forward.
Yes, they were truly welcoming. The fact that they could share, because it is the first year in true implementation, they have about 14 kiddos in the school, in the program. And there's a lot of growing and learning within the staff as well, and that's fairly normal for that to happen. When you're planning, you're thinking that you're putting this out and you have this beautiful picture that you're painting that is ready to go, and then you're like, oops, I think we highballed that one, or we lowballed that one. And so it was really great to hear the realistic numbers that they shared, that they're able to manage and understand that if they could do it again, this is what they would do. And to be able to share that with us, just from a phone call, it really speaks to the opportunity that we want to afford to all our students, that surround South San and in the state of Texas. So it was a great opportunity there again.
And I would add one thing. Like I said, we just submitted our planning year application. One thing that they shared that was the IHE, which is their higher education partner, and their business ministry partner, changed from the time they submitted their application to the time they opened up as their first year of the academy. So they just said, be open to change, look at the opportunities that are best for your students. And that was something that they shared. Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, logistics. So current classrooms now, we have four furnished classrooms. Our science building has 6 available classrooms. Our auditorium that we are utilizing the dance studio. And so again, we are looking at those expansion plans as we again get the curriculum framework developed. We will continue to keep you updated. So this is the first update. Neha, would you like to add anything? That is it on our part.
Yes, I did want to share, as we are having conversations about logistics, and we do have our next presentation, and we welcome our friends by the Baumberger here as well, as we're transitioning central office to truly make our West Campus. So there is going to be some transformation there, and you'll be able to see this as we continue presenting on logistics in months to come. Along with that, we welcome any questions that you all may have.
Any questions, board members?
Madam President, I have just one.
Yes, Ms. Sullivan.
I know through this entire process, we have talked about advertising. And each time that we have asked, we're in a certain process of the advertisement. Can you tell me where we are in that? Because I haven't seen any in this area. You know, I know that a banner went up on Southwest Military out by the AT&T store. That's nowhere near West Campus High School. So what are we doing to advertise here in this area? How are we getting to the new homes? Because as quick as they're going up, they're buying them. And I live in this area, so I get to see that these homes have children in them and children old enough to come here. So what are we doing to make sure that we are getting to these students?
I will start because Ms. Director, just to clarify, you're speaking of physical, I would say advertisement with flyers and such, or?
Yeah, just advertisement in general.
Okay, sure, because as far as what is online, media ways, that's a constant. I will tell you that as we transition, especially for tonight, to publicize the information that's coming, we will have some specifics when it comes to the banners. The entity, a few months ago, we did submit for the CDC for the campus number as well. So we are transitioning into that as well for the campus name and the number for our West Campus. I know I have Ms. Collier here, and I know she can maybe chime in specifically when it comes to what you're speaking to, whether it's that. Our dates for our meetings were posted last week already, and the alignment of that. The registration timeline has also been posted and released as well. Trying to think anything else specifically in that manner.
There are some other things that we have planned that we're going to roll out. There's like intersections when I did with the reopening of the school. There's things that I have planned that will take money. So it's a discussion that we need to have. We have plans and ideas that we have, but there need to be more discussions.
So the money that you're asking, I know that we had hired somebody or some type of deal to push out this stuff. So is that not included? Was it just that one banner that was included?
So there was a plan through November for the marketing, and that was for the schools, the reopening of the schools. Now to go on to the second level would be another discussion.
Okay. I'm hoping that we'll be able to get out, like idea comes knocking on my door, literally. You know, I will volunteer to go block walk, whatever we have to do, I will volunteer.
I know that I've had talks with some staff members that want to do that and put like little care packages to go and then.
Or door hangers.
Yeah, door hangers, and for like the reopening, that was what we just did specifically for that. But this to go on more, like that funding for that ends in November. So to start up again, like I have to look at everything and see where I can. But we have plans of what we want to do, we just need to make sure that I can carry those out.
Ms. Ademo, do we still have a print shop?
Yes, ma'am.
CFE?
Yes.
Maybe we can incorporate our children in this and helping us advertise. Maybe for credit, something that they can design, something that we as a district can do in saving money and then actually then learning. So it's just an idea to throw out there, but I would definitely block walk.
Thank you, Ms. Adele.
Thank you, that's it.
Okay, any other questions, board members or comments?
If I may, I'll yield to Mr.
Madam President, I have a couple questions, but I'll start with one first. One is just going back to the enrollment. I have questions on that. It says that the current 8th grade class will be zoned to attend West Campus High School. You said 181 students?
Yes.
And then open enrollment for 9th and 10th grade. Can you be specific on open enrollment?
Open enrollment is where a student comes and asks the principal if he or she can attend the high school. There are only 2 ways we do not allow a transfer, and that is somebody that does not live in that feeder pattern, which is Shepherd. So it would be attendance or discipline. Those are the 2 reasons why a principal would be able to deny the enrollment. So if a student wanted to come over, let's say a South San student, just keep it in-house, a South San incoming freshman wanted to come to West Campus, he or she would be able to request that for whatever reason it is, the class sizes, the location, maybe characterized this way, anything like that. That's what the open enrollment is.
Okay, I guess my concern is that when we had 195 students this past eighth grade of Shepherd, and then only 30 of them, or whatever it was, walked this way, and then the others went wherever they wanted to go. Is that boundary going to be enforced for those kids that are going to be 10th grade to be zoned here, that live here? Because I would believe that would be the ideal thing to do, right? To make sure that the West Campus kids, West Campus kids, and but those that are doing that early college or that are committed there, and I get that part.
Yes.
But I would hope to see that increase, from those kids that originally were supposed to be here, plus these kids, and so I just want to know if that's going to happen.
I believe there's going to be a difference, whether or not we're going to say, no, there's not going to be a choice. I can't answer that right at this moment, but I already think there's going to be a difference just because of the structure of the hotel. It's going to be its own its own number, its own campus. It's going to have athletics now that wasn't offered. Now there's going to be another group of kids. So it's not going to be just the freshman class, it's going to be the freshman sophomore class. There's going to be, there are going to be other electives available that weren't because of the way we started slowly growing. So I think we're already going to see a difference. You're right, the early college, high school, the health science academy, and whatever CTE pathways, those are going to go there. But even then, depending on how many classes have to be taken at the high school, you will be coming to West Campus and then the busing over. What we were looking at this year was, everything's over there, so you're going to either be split day or you're going to have to go there. Now, it's because it's going to be two high schools. I know the schedule, as they build the master schedule, it's going to be purposeful to keep the students here as long in the day as possible and then bus them over. That's why we're seeking input from other campuses. But whether or not we say, no, you're not going to have that choice, I can't say that that's
right. Because I was understanding open enrollment meant for that people that live outside the district are welcome.
There were two different types.
And then there's the one where, hey, you live right here across the street, you need to come here. And so that's what I'm hoping that's going to transpire.
And Mr. Flores, just as we shared that submitting the campus number will really assist us, we are still having conversations about how we can accommodate the early college for at least the first years out of West Campus. Could we even keep them registered at West Campus? So again, those are still to come. I will also share that our common practice, and this is something that we can definitely bring back, is that there is a transfer process. All our students, our families get to submit a form, and if they meet the criteria, it is approved. So if it's something that we want to have a discussion, because I know it greatly impacts West Campus and South San, granted with all that is being put in place, we can definitely see some stability for West Campus now. Our students that were, I would say technically should have been West Campus students, were all under South San because we did not have a West Campus independent campus number for West Campus. And I know we did have one for Athens Elementary, for Kaysen Middle School, so it was a major difference there for those campuses. They had to go through the process of submitting a transfer form of sort, wherever the case may be, and then of course the academy choices. So again, trying to think about what can we do so that we can sustain or retain the enrollment of our feeder pattern here. And I will tell you, we will probably also have families that may be upset because of that. I know that we unfortunately will not be able to satisfy or keep every single family happy, depending on the circumstances of transportation to and from South San High School to West Campus. But the goal is to keep them enrolled at West Campus and still afford them those opportunities. And I will tell you, the more opportunities that we do provide, of course, the budget does shift a little there as well. So we're willing to present that as well here in the next coming year. February having registration, it's going to tell us what our numbers really are and where we are. And that's going to really assist us as we transition through budget and for the new year. So I'm hoping that kind of helps with some clarity there, that we did not have a campus number for West Campus last year.
I just want to make sure that we're successful.
Of course, yes. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to say first, thank you to everyone that's involved in making this a success going forward, because I can tell you that, and I'll be forward. The first time around, we didn't have this buy-in. We didn't have this, or wherever that came from. In my opinion, it was not existent. So I certainly appreciate Ms. Adeko's efforts and the staff's efforts to get this going forward and trying to realize the success here at West Campus High School. And I'll say, and Michelle can probably speak to this, my heart bleeds red and my heart beats blue, and it's always gonna beat that way. So I certainly appreciate my South San Bobcat family here in support of our West Campus Cougar family, and I'll always be here to support both campuses regardless. So, but I certainly see the difference. It's night and day, the efforts that we're putting forward to make West Campus a success. And the one word that's always stuck out to me when we as a board voted to reopen this campus was accommodating. Let's be accommodating to our kids here at 78242, and to echo what Ms. Alderete says, get out there and let them know that we're going to be accommodating. So I'm certainly, it's restrained excitement, a far cry from where we were earlier this year. So I just want to thank everybody's efforts. I'm tremendously excited about the P-TECH. I know that's going to take time, but I'm stoked about that opportunity here at West Campus. And for all of our kids, our entire district, it's going to be something that will be accessible to everybody in the city, in the county. And Mr. Lellman to teach a class or two. But that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Rodriguez. Anyone else? Any comments? No? I do. I wanted to just chime in on what Ms. Alderete is trying to, the point she was trying to make on how are we going to get the word out there. We just finished or brought back our today's South San newsletter. It was awesome. You all did a great job. And we have a lot of developers here that have model homes and they have offices. So has anybody gone out there to give them information, the South San Today newsletter, any literature we have on West Campus, so that when those people go in wanting to buy homes, it's sitting on their desk and they can hand it to them and say, this is your nearby school. This is where your children will go. That's where you go. And then all those new homes that are up and there are families now, I agree with Ms. Alderete. I'll put my tennis shoes on. Let's get out there and knock on those new families that have just moved in. I remember, and I'm sure the staff here remembers, they had all the campuses a couple of years back with placards go and visit their neighbors at their campuses and put the placards at South San Pride or whatever it said. So if that's what it takes out here to get these families, let's do it. Because that's the only way that you're going to get those families to come here is in a one-to-one contact with a person that represents our district. If you don't make that contact, it's never going to happen. Those families are working families. They don't have time. They have kids that they have to shuttle back and forth. It's late, so they don't have time. Much less they probably don't answer phones unless they really have to. But if you knock on that door, they're going to answer on a weekend, in the evening, whatever. And if you hit those marketing developers that are here, their offices, they're going to hand out literature. Because remember, we split with Southwest here. There's some areas that go to Southwest, but the majority of them come to South San. When they first started opening homes here, I visited one of the offices, and they said, well, these kids are going to Southwest, there's no other school. And I'm like, if there was a school, do you think they'd come just down the street? And they said, yeah. Why would they want to cross 410 to go to Southwest if they could come here? So that's the key. One-to-one contract with these people. That's going to get those kids here. So I just wanted to kind of give my 2 cents, but that's important.
Thank you, Mrs. Prado.
Okay, and one more, I know that Five Palms, Mr. Martinez gets out there. He had backpacks made, he went to those developers, and he is like hitting it, so kudos to him. And I think that's what we need to do for West Campus, so.
Thank you for highlighting that, Mrs. Sabarete, and I use it cool bag pack that is
Cool, it's an eagle, it's really cool.
Yes. I didn't want to spoil this, but we already had a plan at tomorrow's posada. Many of the staff don't know this, but we created bundles of the Today South San, and we have about a good 200 of our staff coming together for our just our holiday celebration. So Mrs. Collier was going to ask each of our staff members to take 2 of the bundles and to go out to one of our businesses in our boundary areas to send them out and to make that connection. But again, those are just first steps there alongside today's presentation and just kind of getting the word out now that we've presented to you all of where we are and what's to come. So thank you for your suggestions, and we're looking forward to the excitement here at West Campus.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? No?
Just the last thing, Madam President, if I may. My excitement was at a high level, right? I realized that as a budget committee chairman, we have to roll up our sleeves still, and there's a lot of work, so I appreciate the initiative on the timing of the enrollment, going out there, starting registration, and so all that's going to lock in together when we do start the budget process and making sure that we do it responsibly. So, yes.
Thank you, sir. I know that I talked to Mr. Bada this past week, and we were talking about, like, that was just my mindset of being behind, because December is a great month to start, and we are a bit behind, but better than where we were. So it's just one of those where pick your wins, and we're going to go with that and spread that excitement for February registration.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving on, our next item on the agenda is a presentation by Garza Bamberger, the Olivares Complex Status Report. Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. Prado. We do and would like to welcome our friends, Mr. Jorge is here from Garza Bamberger to provide us the Olivares Campus Complex Status Report, and we welcome any questions as well as we present. Welcome, Mr. Jorge.
Thank you. Ms. Prado, members of the board, Ms. Sendejo, good evening. I see new faces on the board. My name is Jorge Flores. I'm one of the partners of Garza Bamberger. The firm that was selected to help the district and reopening all the schools. We still have Olivares ongoing. It was a challenge because we started just with finishes, painting, fitting some flooring, until I realized that there were some walls that were starting to be demolished to make more space for the offices, for the requirements. That I can't stop the contractor because that's a different type of job. We have to apply for permit to the city of San Antonio, which we did. The city requested a series of different documents that my office created. We cleared that stage. We granted with the building permit. We created life safety plans, and we got some comments from the city that going to apply at the end of the construction. So we're not clear yet with the city of San Antonio. But that also, they require now to be registered to the state of Texas. State of Texas, what they do is they analyze the project to be in compliance with ADA and TDLR. So I went ahead and started making my own inspection with my staff. And we found several things that we incorporated into the construction documents. But we weren't completely sure on some items that were marginal. So my recommendation to the staff, your staff, was to have this courtesy inspection by RAS. RAS is register, accessibility, I don't like the acronym, but it's an architect who is, his specialty is in the ADA part, and he has a registration with the state. We have a very good relationship with this person who was conducting another inspection on 2 other jobs that we have, and he agreed to make this courtesy inspection for us. We pointed out to the items that we were concerned that they were marginal and he could pass those. And he pointed out and said, no, you need to bring this up to code. So that creates a series of what we call PRs, which is a price request. This is not in the scope of work of the contractor. So we asked him to price those items for the district and continue with the work. We sent all those price requests to the contractor, except the one that he was sent today. It was a little bit more complex than that, and that has to be with the restrooms. Restrooms are very complicated. They have to comply with certain heights and dimensions from the wall to the center of the fixture, some handrails, spaces, free spaces for wheelchair, heights from the mirror. It's a very complex item. So I finalized all those drawings and submitted today to the contractor, which he's going to price as well, submitted to the district for approval before they start. So all this is a little bit complicated, but our staff have been doing a tremendous work. They are being on top of the contractor and making visits, and they call me from time to time to attend those visits, and I'm more than happy to be there and be their consultant for all the they already are in control of all the contract, the contractor, all the work. Now, I spoke with the contractor just this morning about the status and when he thinks he can finish this. Because I believe the concern of the entire district is to know what date you can move all the personnel from here to Olivares. There's some things that needs to be complete before you can start moving people there. You need to bring these toilets into the compliance with ADA, and you need to have all the requirements for the fire marshal. That's one of the most, the thing that is most complicated for the city to approve because it's not in compliance. It's not a problem, a big problem, because contractor can put his attention on those items, and I think that he could have a temporary certificate of occupancy probably around February. So he said that his time of completion will be March. So if 1 month is a big change, we can push the contractor to try to get that temporary certificate of occupancy. If not, we can let him continue with the whole work, and you can move everybody on March that he's scheduling to finish. Once he finishes, it's a process of having a punch list, which will help your staff to create. And that punch list can be done even though the person that is occupying the building. It's not a big deal. We hope not having a long list of items. And we can give the certificate of substantial completion so in March, so he can go and apply for the certificate of occupancy. Now, when we did the life safety plans, we discovered one thing. We thought it was a really easy transition because you have a building that have already a certificate of occupancy for business, which are offices. You are about to move offices, so it's the same thing. But we realized when we were making the analysis of the code that this room that is going to be over there as well is not business. This is assembly. So now we have a mixed occupation, and you have to apply for that. The certificate of occupancy is going to be a mixed use of the building. That opened another kind of worms because of this room, the city asked the district to sprinkler the whole building. That's a lot of money. So we were very creative and we were making the analysis of the code and make things that are legal. And if you remember in one of the meetings, in 4 meetings, I request that you add a sign to the boardroom that the maximum capacity will be 49 people, which is you allow that. With that, we don't have to sprinkle the whole building. What happens when you're going to have more than 49 people? There's one choice that you can do, and it's ask permission to the fire marshal. They will ask you to put some people that could be your own staff trained for emergencies, and be posted in those meetings. So in case of an emergency, they know how to react. That's one. The second one is you can have those meetings where you have more than 49 people in another place, which has been also expressed by the board that you may have that option as well in consideration. So, but saying that, I think that markets are working very, very fast, and you won't have any problems to transition these personnel from here to Olivares at that time. So, if you have any questions?
Board members, have any questions for Mr. Flores?
I have a question for Ms. Sendejo.
Yes.
And change it up if I'm saying it wrong, correct me. But you said when we started the process, or when you went in there and you were looking, you said that work was being done that was not approved. So there was stuff being done without permits that should have had permits, is that what you mean?
Well, not exactly. It's the original scope of work was what we call maintenance. You don't need permit for maintenance. You are changing the same floor, but with a new floor, painting, you don't need a permit for painting. If you need to change the door, you don't need a permit for that. But when you start making demolitions and making spaces bigger, and modifying, adding some walls, then you need a permit.
So that did happen though, right? And they didn't apply for the permit, they were already taking the wall down?
They were starting to do that, and I asked the contractor not to do it. He can continue with the painting and the finishes, and hold on that work until we have the permit.
So this contractor, I just want to make sure, this contractor that we have working in our building should know the laws and should know the rules and should know that there needs to be things applied for. We shouldn't be doing anything that can get us in trouble, right? I'm glad you stopped them.
Well, yes and no.
Unless somebody else gave them permission to do it.
Yes, and it might be a confusion between himself or the staff. I mean, they don't know all the rules. I do know the rules. And I have my stamp on the drawing, so I have to know all those.
Yes, sir.
things.
Yes,
So
sir.
That's why I said, hey, hold on a little bit, this is not legal, and I put everything on the correct path.
Okay. So in that, now applying for all the permits that we have, did this slow us down because of that, or we're okay?
No, no.
It's just, okay, we just want to make sure that whoever we have in that building, and thank you again for making sure we're in compliance. Number one, give the permission to knock the wall down. We got to make sure we're following the rules. And then number two, thank you for saving us. So
Now,
that's it.
There is another thing that we need to wait till the end. I'm not mentioning this in the beginning. There is a series of glassing on walls that's supposed to be fire-rated walls or fire-rated doors that in the past were allowed. It was a glass with wire inside. I don't know if you can see those. Well, they're not in compliance anymore with the new code that doesn't allow to use that kind of glass. So we told this to the city of San Antonio, and this is the weirdest part because when you receive the visit of the fire marshal, you don't know what to expect.
Mhm.
They can ask for things. There are a lot of comments from all the districts to the mayor telling him, your fire marshal is coming to my job. It's finished and he's asking for a lot of other things. And the answer is they are dealing with the safety of the people, so they're allowed to do that. If they think that you need a sign, you have to put that sign. If they need a fire extinguisher in certain place, even though you have several, you have to do it there. So in this case, we're waiting to the final inspection to see if the glass is okay with it. When I ask the question to the city, they say, it might be, but we don't have to have that message.
And in all that you found now with what we already have in the building, does that affect what we already have in the building in occupancy or no, because it's on the other side?
It's not. You're okay with the building right now, and then with the plans and the instructions that the contractor has. It's only that glass and some of the panic hardware that is already installed in several doors. But I don't want to make changes that may not be necessary. Because panic hardware is very expensive. And if I started asking for removal those and put new panic hardware, it's talking about $5,000 each door. It's a lot of money.
Yes, sir.
It might not be necessary.
Well,
I
thank
can, I can probably fight that for you with the fire marshal, and if he allows us to have that, you save a lot of money.
Well, thank you very much for your hard work and thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Stacy. Anybody else questions on this item? I just have, my question to you is, I know there's still a lot of things that have to be done regarding the ADA. What is it that you need from us as a board now? Is there anything that the board needs to do, any action we have to take, or will the work continue now that we know what the ADA issues are?
I believe these ADA issues, we cover a lot of them in the documents, but there are some that probably are going to require a little bit of extra funds to be done. It's the most expensive, as I said, is the pressure. Because you have to bring up some of the handrails. You have to take into consideration this was an elementary school, so everything was low.
Yeah.
But it was for children, and the code is like that. You have to design for the majority of the people that is occupying the building. I have cases with the children, but now it's adults. And so we need to bring these up, and some of these handrails are in bad shape, so we're replacing those with new handrails. But that's probably I don't know, $7,000, $8,000. It's not big amounts of money. But the toilets may be a big ticket.
So maybe what we need to do is, Ms. Sendejo, maybe for the next meeting, bring a budget amendment to the board for approval so that we can continue the work at Olivares and get those requirements satisfied. Yes, Ms. Mohammed?
Given the fact that this is a job order contract, and given the fact that y'all had originally authorized $350,000 maximum, I think we need to review the contract and bring it back and approve it. You said 7, that they did 7 on this one?
Yes, sir.
I still think we ought to bring it back and reapprove it, get an update on the contract and get your authorization moving forward.
Okay, so if we can put that on the agenda for the
Good, just a summary, I'm not griping about anything, I just want to get a fresh board approval on it.
Okay.
We'll have a proposal prepared for our next meeting.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Jorge.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving along, the next item on the agenda is Lone Star Governance. So the first item is constraint progress measure 2.1. The superintendent will ensure the following programs: communities in schools and family services remain in an active partnership in 2019-2020. Ms. Sendejo?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Prado. Members of the board, first and foremost, we did not have our constrained progress measure. Backwards. My apologies, so I have them backwards there for you. This past week you received, and what you will also observe as we submit, or I submit my weekly report to you all, there is an adjustment on just our Lone Star governance goals and constraints that you will see snippets of. So that's just an enhancement and opportunity for you to continue processing the goals and where we are and how we're monitoring them. So bear with me. You may see some lengthier reports to you all, but I do appreciate the feedback that we receive from each of you. In particular, today, speaking of student outcome goal 1, the superintendent I don't know what you see here. The readiness. Okay. The percentage of graduating students who meet at least one college, career, military readiness indicator will increase from 35% to 45% by August 2023. As you recall, a few months ago, I'm going to say about August, we did have the opportunity to present information in regards to the goal progress measure. We are proud to share that we exceeded that. As we are reviewing our data, we have had the opportunity to also have more or less a projection of where we are overall with our student outcome goal 1. Our goal progress measure, GPM 1.2, is a percent of students obtaining a state-approved industry-based certification that will increase from 4 to 24% by August 2023. You are familiar with the current baselines and the current progress measure that were proposed and approved. I would say back in April. We have since not made any adjustments there. We do anticipate some coming here in the near future. 2018-2019, we considered a 4% baseline. 2019-2020, 9% to be released in August 2020. We do not have that current information just yet. But as we transition into the next slide there, Scott, industry-based certifications earned We are proud to share a number of IBCs that we offer our students. In 2019, you see the list there of IBC certifications that were earned. And in addition to that, how many students did attain those certifications throughout the process. For this particular cohort, we had 27 students, and it was a mix because some of our students received multiple certifications throughout. As you can see, for the coming year at 9%, the goal is to continue growing that, working with Ms. Hilton and the team, with the high school team as well, as to how can we strengthen those certifications and what our students are earning, and if and when there is something that is limiting our students. This coming week, what you will also share, and it may have been shared in the past, as Mr. Vara has been providing and mentoring through this process, are the goal monitoring questions. So I encourage you that as you're reviewing prior to, if you're sending any questions in particular to one of our goals, that they're constructed in a certain manner that allow us that open-ended conversation. The goal is to continue consistently having discussions about student outcome goals that have been set and making those appropriate adjustments from year to year. So please just know that we will come back and make some adjustments as we speak today, or have any questions in particular for the industry-based certifications that were earned. You did not get to see this one particular slide, but we did want to add them there because these were also part of the certifications, brakes, engine performance, heating and air conditioning, and so on. We have 14 listed here, and we're looking to grow them as well as we evaluate our program. Any particular questions in regards to our GPM 1.2?
Any questions, board members, for Ms. Sandejo on this? I just have one, Ms. Sandejo, on the certifications earned, and I just need clarification, under veterinary medical, we have an ag program. Is that part of this veterinary medical, or is that something different?
It is definitely part of the ag program.
It is part of it? Okay. So it doesn't need to be listed separate, it's just all incorporated into that?
These are really all of the different programs of study that we have, and we are definitely increasing this year over next year the number that we're offering.
Some questions that we are considering is this particular certification working for us? Is it working for our students? And if it's something that we have to come back and evaluate based on the number of students that are acquiring their certifications, then we will definitely make those adjustments on that. And lastly, the significant work behind that, because we know we want to ensure that we can accommodate as many of our students as possible when it comes to these particular certifications, as we have our early college pathway, or we have our health in science pathways, and what's more to come, and PTEC and so forth, to ensure that there are opportunities and options for our students. So these are very dear to us as well, and we will continue to grow these certifications to ensure that we're accommodating. And Mrs. Saleta often speaks about certain populations as well, and how we can acquire that hands-on from day to day to all our students, and to meet their needs.
The other question I have is, some of these programs we've had for a long time here in South San, do we have any historical data that shows how many from year to year have received certifications in these programs? Because to see, has it increased, has that interest been there for that particular program, or has the interest declined? Some sort of a historical data to show what is working and what is not.
We're actually, since I started last year, I have the data since I had started. I don't see anything further back than that, but I can work with Ms. Wilson to start researching that. But I can tell you that we are definitely offering, like last year was 14, this year we're going to offer 24 different programs for entry-based certification. A lot of it was the state just released the new list. And so we had great courses. I'm going to give you the example of audio video technology, the AV. We have huge enrollments of students in those programs, but the state did not even offer an industry-based certification around that program of study. So they released courses that open a lot of doors for our students, and we are definitely jumping on. We've already purchased the certifications, and the teachers right now are getting the students ready for those certifications.
And Ms. Alton has been so proactive with everything. It's just been a blessing to the district to bring her aboard. I mean, and it's just within that year, well, year and a half now, that she's been here, that we've just seen a boom in it. So that's why we're, for right now, we're confident about, you know, the numbers and about next year with reaching our goal.
Madam President,
Yes.
I can attest to like the HVAC. We have had amazing numbers come out of there. We have companies that come every year, and big companies here in San Antonio, and they have contests, and our kids are getting hired literally right out in their senior year and making top dollar. So I know that that's one of the programs that really generates a lot for a lot of our students. It's an amazing, I got to watch, and to be able to see that and see our kids doing it is like, wow. You wouldn't believe that, you know, those are kids, but it's pretty cool.
We have some fabulous teachers.
Yes.
For that.
So my last question is for Ms. Sendejo.
Yes, ma'am.
Seeing our goals and our percentages for 2023, and being that you are the interim now, and this is probably the first time you're seeing this, is this something that is doable, or do we need to revisit this and change, or what do you see?
Thank you, Mrs. Rutherford. Yes, ma'am. Well, we are confident that the 2019-2020 baseline is definitely attainable based on what we've already captured. And based on that, we can definitely consider what these projections are. They're quite really realistic for us. At this time, I would have to take a little more time with the team as we are planning and taking into consideration if the strengths or there are any specific limitations or opportunities for us to consider that will impact these baselines. So we will definitely follow up with that information. What you will also receive, and as I transition on our Friday report, we will take the time from when our board meeting takes place and then follow up with some additional information for you all, if there's in particular to what you asked for or anything that we can highlight to ensure that you have the background that you may need, especially for our newer board members, but always welcome conversations and calls throughout the month prior to coming to and being before our agenda items.
Thank you, Ms. Sendejo. If there's no other question, go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
I have a question. With this industry-based certifications, I didn't know that there was pharmacy technician, you know, or even at that veterinary medical system. I try to stay abreast with as much as possible what's going on, but I didn't know that, you know, these were offered. How many certifications were going on in this? Do you know offhand, or?
These are building programs. So this year we had 2 students that I know of in the pharmacy technician that received their certification. And understand that the goal of the industry-based certifications is for the students to have completed their 4-year program of study, and that these are recognized by the state as being achieved in their senior year. So we're just starting to reach that point where the students are going to start attaining them. So for pharmacy tech, I know for a fact we had 2. Cosmetology, for example, we had, I think, 6 or 7. Again, we're working with the teachers because you mentioned that the students are getting hired without even getting certification. So it's kind of a job for me to change the mindset of the teachers. You know, they're thinking, hey, my students are getting jobs, we don't need the certifications, but I'm working with them to understand it's an expectation of the state. And the teachers have really worked hard. I've had 3 of our teachers in the past 3 days going through NCCER certification training for them to be NCCER instructors. That's what the business and industry are saying, that's the kind of certification that we want. So the teachers are embracing it, the change is a little bit slow at this, but we're going to be there. I'm very confident of this year.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm excited to see that because I'm hoping that there's more awareness created or put out there for the programs that we have. Now, I know this is just a small list, and you're saying there's a lot more, but I hope our efforts are.
And that was another thing, we were handing out the Blue Santa celebration. I have a list of every program study that we offer, along with which certifications they provide. And I was handing them out to any and everybody that I could give them to at the event Saturday.
And I said it because my fiance has two family members that just graduated from as pharmacy doctors, and they're commanding the $90 an hour rates and all those things. I'm like, pharmacy technician, isn't that where it starts? Or, that interest starts to, get them in, and then it starts to
And we
peak.
tell students, this is for you to have upon your graduation from high school, but that doesn't mean that you can go to college. That means you can go to college and you'll have a job that will support you through proceeding to the next level. So this is just a door opener as far as we're concerned for the students.
I have a quick question, so go ahead.
Yes. Well, no, first, Mr. Roscoe.
Yes.
I think Mr. Rodriguez
I'll
first.
yield to him, I'll let him go.
And then you, okay.
Mine will be very brief. What are the possibilities of looking at, and Ms. Prado alluded to this, at what are we traditionally offered versus what we need to be offering in the future, like the criminal justice pathway, computer technology, I don't see any medical fields.
So these are the industry-based certifications.
Okay.
Now, we are currently offering law enforcement.
Okay.
We are currently offering.
But there's not an industry certification.
Well, these are the ones that were attained last year. This year, say, for example, for the information technology, they're working towards the MTA this year. So, like I said, we have 22 programs of study. Some of them offer multiple opportunities. For health science, we have CNA, we have the farm tech,
So
and
kids
then we
maybe-
have medical coding and billing.
They may be working toward an industry certification, but these are the ones that actually earned, and we may have.
Exactly.
Okay.
And like I said, the teachers haven't really we haven't had a, how am I gonna put it? The teachers are now more aware of the importance of obtaining the industry
Well,
certification.
TDA changed the rules.
Yes, sir, they did.
Yes, and I was gonna add that a few years ago, since we started LSG, we have been reporting on industry certifications. And so at one point, we even said there was like a 3% increase because students were providing the OSHA certificates. But now the state last year did make the adjustment, so now we have to go back and so our teachers are responding, but now these are the state recommended certifications.
And we're compiling all that database about, with Ms. Sultan about what we're offering since she's been here, and we have those records. Our data source for this is the CCMR indicator list, so that we know the percentage. And so that's going to be our set data source each year for it. But these are just the ones that the graduates receive.
And how many did you say that we earned certificates from kids?
We earned 14 different IBCs with 27 students.
That's actually pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah, it really is.
And I would add that actually there were 87 certificates earned, but several students earned multiple. Especially like the ASE. Mr. Sanchez in automotive technology hits it out of the park. And so that's.
You need to bring them back.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
You got your questions?
Actually, that's what I was going to say. I think the questions and the points I wanted to touch on have been touched on. Certainly, at the top of my list was identifying opportunities. Since I happen to have been nose deep in the course catalog at the beginning of the year, I'm glad that we're identifying those opportunities and those programs that we need to change. And along comes with that is the mindset of the teacher, like you spoke to. And I think that that's going to do wonders, because I think I've been very vocal in my position being that none of us should be settling for mediocrity, right? Seeing where we compare in the region, where we compare to the state, and our teachers are committed, and they love they love educating children. There's no question. I've never questioned that. I don't think anybody has. But we always want to do better and help our students realize the potential, and that in turn will get us better increased student outcomes, right? And then it's our job to support our teachers and put them in positions to help those students realize with it. So I'm glad that everything that I've just heard were all the things that were at the top of my list as well. So certainly I'm glad that we're working towards that. So our kids are talented. They're phenomenal. and so are our teachers. But search consistently searching for those opportunities to do better and do more. I just don't like to be mediocre and just do enough. And I'm glad that we're going to come back and revisit those goals because we probably should. But thank you very much. Thank you for all your work. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Benny?
I just have a question. With the medical field, I know you said you have the CNA and the pharmacy tech. Is there like courses for like the phlebotomy and the MA?
No, not currently, but we're always open to evaluating new opportunities. The new one that we're bringing this year is health informatics, which is medical coding and billing. Again, the state is revising the programs of study that we're aligning to. And so the new one that we're bringing in this current year is the health informatics. Next year, I mean, we actually have a teacher on the campus, Mr. Strong, who is a phlebotomist. That was his prior career, so he's pushing for that. So we're going to definitely look at that as an opportunity for our students next year.
That would be a good opportunity for the students because the medical field is high in demand.
Yeah.
Because since I do work in the medical field and I see how the MAs and the phlebotomists, maybe I can't say that, they're in need. They're in need. And it's good to learn at a young age to, draw blood and stuff, because like me, I want to be an MA, but I'm the fear of you. So it's a good age to learn this at a young age.
And like the CNA, the way we're looking at is their pathway to becoming an LVN, which is a pathway to becoming an RN. So we definitely want to keep those doors where they understand they can continue to move forward. This is just what they can have upon graduation, and then the sky's the limit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benny. Anyone else? Okay. Next, most our item is the item on the constraint progress measure. I think I skipped it and went to the other one. So it's report on the constraint progress measure, CPM 2.1. The superintendent will ensure the following programs in communities and schools and family services remain in an active partnership in 2019-2020. Ms. Sendejo.
Thank you, Mrs. Bellman. You're right. I fumbled through my presentations there. Just for everyone and our board to share that the constraint 2 is the superintendent shall not reduce community wraparound services that would impact student outcome based on locally funded programs in the 2018-2019 school year moving forward. As you all know, and we think because all of you were present, the opportunities that we have had with communities and schools and family services now alongside many other partners that have come forward and we see growing has been a tremendous opportunity for our community, most importantly for our students. So as Mrs. Prado did read, the superintendent will ensure that following programs, communities and schools and family services remain in an active partnership in 2019-2020. We have, if anything, I truly believe that we have strengthened that with the support of so many staff members coming together, many hours of support and collaboration. Alongside, we have included and have had the opportunity to partner with some additional entities. As you know, our Children's Bereavement Center of South Texas, Clarity, Child Guidance Center, the Jewish Family Service Association, and Rights Recovery. Alongside, as you are familiar with our South San Antonio Care Zone, we have had the opportunity to also house our adult education, as well as our San Antonio Threads, our food bank, and other entities that may want to consider being a part of this wonderful source of services to our community. I can tell you that we will come soon, as we do have a partner that would like to assist and capture our data. Right now we're doing a little old school with our Excel spreadsheets. Crazy to say that an Excel spreadsheet could be old school, but yes, a partner that will come in and be able to capture our data as we are welcoming and accepting those referrals through this process. referrals are hot and ready, and they're coming along. There are multiple meetings. I will tell you that we have a monthly meeting with the mental health collaborative once a month, and then of course we have 2 additional meetings throughout the month that are specifically to the care zone. So along with communities and schools, the Family Service Association, there's a way you would have to learn how to live as a family under one roof. So there have been opportunities there to learn as to what we could do for safety, security, ensuring that the process and the accommodation of how our families and students are being serviced have the privacy needed throughout the process. So again, that allows for us to come together, collaborate, and ensure that what could potentially not be working, to make that adjustment. If there's anything that we have to add, there's those times to connect, whether it is with the health entities or as a staff alone. So there's an opportunity to do both at different times from month to month. And I will tell you that to walk in randomly, I believe I visited the care zone 3 times this month at different times. I was welcomed by the counselors this past week to meet them and just have some time to be a part of their professional development and growth through Mr. Charlie Gallardo at the district level. Gives you an opportunity to kind of begin and see what's taking place in all our areas. I get to meet most of the staff alongside our staff from these entities from month to month. So we hope that now that everything has settled down, as it was a major celebration for us, that we extend the invitation to come back. I know Mrs. Andres, that you got to see something very different than what is in place now, and it's great to hear your story and just how each of you advocate for this opportunity and alongside our students as well. So I will tell you that we are on track. If anything, we will continue strengthening this opportunity for our community. One particular goal as well is to take these wraparound services along the cluster so that, of course, where we currently have it serviced is a good ways for perhaps our families over in the Palo Alto or the Kazin or the Sonora area. So we do have our wraparound services taking those times to circle around the other campuses as well. So again, strengthen those opportunities there and being mindful when we are taking time to evaluate each of our goals that we are looking at, those who's and those whats, or how can we enhance each of one of these goals according to what we put in place for, of course, those positive outcomes across the board.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Mr. Barber. I think we had discussed when the whole issue with mental health first came up, I think there was discussion about, do we need a goal to include this as one of our goals? And so now that we have our care zone, everything's in place, we've got all our partnerships, is that something that we need to look at as we review our goals maybe and reevaluate the goals that we have? Do we need to change them? And is this one that we need to include? And at what time do we do that?
It is something you certainly could consider, and since you're going to review all of them, it probably is a good time then to, because part of the goals reflect priorities of the district. And so we certainly recommend moving forward to consider that. Remember that the difference between a constraint and a goal is the goal is going to be focused on the student being able to know or do. So we're going to look at it in terms of that language. In a constraint, you're looking at a constraint for the board or for the superintendent. In this case, you're going the program direction. If you side it the other way, and I know that we had some conversation about there may be some privacy in terms of the metrics, and so it would be just something we need to talk about, but that certainly is appropriate in goal development.
I think now that we have got our program in full swing, and at that time when it was discussed, we didn't have a place, we didn't have the partnerships. But now that everything is running smoothly, we have all our partnerships, I think data is important to evaluate the partnerships as well as the services. Are we doing our job efficiently enough to service our children? Because the whole concept there was to service our kids that on mental health issues. And we were blessed to have all these other partners come in with the closet and with the food bank and everything else is being offered. But we want to make sure that we're reaching out to those children here that have these issues and that they are being serviced. So I think this is our first couple of months. I think as the year goes, maybe next year we can be evaluated and whatever data you have, because it also is for family members, not just for the children. So it's bringing the family along as well, and I think that's excellent. So we can keep that data to see who will be servicing, how many family members are actually taking advantage of it, how many of our kids are actually coming now and we're providing the services that they need.
The only other thing I'd add is when you look at Senate Bill 18 and House Bill 11, which were the safety and mental health issues, this dovetails into it. So there are some requirements there that obviously you already have in place, so it would address that as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Flores.
Madam President, and Ms. Sandejo.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate that you allow me to go to the schools during the coffee with the principals. And I will tell you, and I guess reassure you that the message is out. So when I go to these meetings and there's parents and there's a principal and then there's the community and schools representative and they are doing presentations to the parents talking about real issues, you know, human trafficking or smoking and the dangers and the pitfall and all these things. And so I find it like, wow, super informative and like, you know, and seeing it consistently at the different schools I get a chance to go to, you know. I'm sending Ms. Sandejo a message and I'm giving her the courtesy. If I'm at Kindred or if I get a chance to Palo Alto or Zamora or Benavides and I see, and I'm participating and all these parents are there, but these reps are there conveying that message about we're here to help in this way or that way. And not just about the tutoring or about family issues and all these things and counseling, but then they're also making sure, they're also letting the community know that there's a hub that's bigger than what they are and that it's a huge team. And again, referring to the We Are Family. And so there are parents there that know that they need to help. There's no embarrassment there. And it's awesome to be part of that atmosphere. You know, to see that these programs are helping and that these representatives are there for our family members, you know, our people. And so I just wanted to say, you know, that it's working, everything is on track, and I'm happy to be
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Anyone else?
Yes, ma'am, if I may, Madam President.
Yes, Mr.
Rather
Rodriguez.
quickly. No, you know, the whole, definitely, you know, when this was brought to the attention of the board, you know, I'm proud of the fact that we grabbed that by the reins and we pushed through and make sure that it was realized. And that because we need happy and healthy children. We need happy and healthy staff. And that's how we're going to best achieve our highest student outcomes, right? And it's like Ms. Prado said, it's not just the kids, it's family members and I think for our staff as well. You know, so I'm proud of the fact that Ms. Flores is out there able to witness it firsthand and communicate directly, you know, the impact that it's making and that it's going to continue to make. So I'm happy that we're in the place that we're in and that we're focused on happy and healthy students so they can achieve high results. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Anyone? Mrs. Alderete?
If we have extra room, I would love to add a stretch room for the staff. I saw it on TV and it was amazing. It's a district in a different state and it was really, really cool. So I would love to see if we can do that. Thank you.
I would caution against hammers.
But it was just a relaxing room and had bean bags where they could just go in and decompress. It was pretty cool. And it made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarez. Okay, I think that concludes our presentation of reports. Our next item is an action item, discussion and possible action on the status of the Veterans Memorial Project approved by the Board of Trustees during the year 2014. I think this item was placed on the agenda by Mr. Flores. So I'll refer to Mr. Flores on this item.
Madam President, I was hoping that there would be any kind of information first to be given on it.
At this time, Mr. Flores, I don't have anything in particular to share with you. When the communication took place, I know that you had specified what took place or what was the particular status of that. But I would say if we have a discussion about it, and we can definitely come back with some specificity as we continue budgeting and appropriating funds.
Okay, I'll speak to it, but I was hoping that we would try to have some information about it.
I know that if we go back into the data, because I was actually on the board when that happened, and we did break ground for that in between the football field and the stadium. So, yeah, the athletic center, we were all out there. It was a huge thing. We had veterans from Edgewood come. Our boardroom was full. We had veterans actually break ground there. And I think at that time, Garza and Bomber were a part of that. So I'm hoping that we do find the information on that. I'd like to know. We had a student, we had a contest actually, and it was one of our students that won an amazing, detailed how it was going to look, what it was made of. It was beautiful, and it was district-wide with our high school on the contest, and this kid was really proud of it, and then it just fell. So.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
But I wanted to speak
that
to it.
year? Yeah, well, I haven't heard anything since. That was a long time ago.
So I put this on the agenda hoping that I would have some kind of information given back. And so, and I'll just start by the way I wanted to speak to it.
Yes, sir.
And that is that, one is that watching TV or looking on Facebook and seeing the celebration with Veterans Day that we had here with the district and Pearl Harbor. Facebook pics of neighboring school districts that celebrate veterans and people that served in the military in their community. I was intrigued to look back through conversations with Miss Stacy that was not on the board at the time I spoke to her. So this goes a while back about thinking about this. But looking at 2014, South San ISD had a groundbreaking celebrating the placement of a veteran memorial monument. I looked back on Board Book and saw that in 2014 and that year in August, October, and December, there was action taken. In these actions, like Ms. Alderete said, there was a site dedicated. There was a contest, a poster contest. I was told there was donations given to the project and that the architectural firm had plans. And so I was hoping Garza and Bomber guy would have stayed here. Maybe he would have answered some of these because to me, some of these questions have gone MIA, right? Missing in action. And so South San and this community is a proud community. They're a community that when the answer to the call of duty came, they went. And if it was back in the years of World War I and II or Vietnam or back enduring freedom and when my uncles served and things like that, I can only think that for this type of project to go MIA and all of a sudden fall off the ground, I was sent the YouTube thing of the actual groundbreaking, and so when I leave the athletic center and I try to identify where that hump is, because if that's all we've given them, it's not enough. I'm hoping that we can do something about it as a board. I'm petitioning my colleagues here, that they too have questions about this, that we can see something made out of it, something done about it, because we should be giving back to our community. This is a great opportunity for those that have served to be remembered, to be recognized, and to be appreciated. And so I think that there should be a measure of accountability on anything that's been given to this and revived. And so in this, I definitely want to make a motion, but if somebody else has something to say, I would like to listen.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Board members, anyone else have, you've heard Mr. Flores' comments. Does anybody else have any comments on this?
Sure, I wouldn't mind saying something.
Yes, Mr. Ross.
So we live in Military City, USA, and so I'm brand new to the board. I don't know, what's happened in 2014, but I understand we do not have a Veterans Memorial for the district at this time. Is that correct?
But it was approved.
Okay. So my 2 cents on this issue would be, I would second, what Mr. Flores is saying, maybe do some investigation into what happened along the way, and if possible, look at, our next budget cycle. Is it something we should revive and maybe have some, maybe second groundbreaking next Veterans Day, get something up and going and find out, where the student is that designed it, and get with the architect and kind of find out where everything fell apart, so that we could revive that back up in the future and get it going again, because I think that our community does deserve that.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Anyone else have any comments?
Actually, yes, Madam President, I believe do you have any information first that you might want to share?
I think what Stacy said, because I was on the board as well, I'm a little more specific, because I think I remember at that time I had brought up the Veterans Memorial, because we didn't have one, and it was disturbing to me that we had a rock in front of the high school flag pole for the veterans, and when other districts had these beautiful memorials for veterans. So we knew it would be costly, but we formed a committee. There was actually a committee formed, and they had meetings. Stacy, you were there as well. And there was representatives from the American Legion on South Cross. There was representatives from VFW there. There was staff representatives as well, principals, community. I think we all had one community person sit on that committee. So it was a large committee, and they had a lot of good ideas and a lot of suggestions. The questions that were still not no finality was, okay, because you want to recognize South End graduates. So the questions that are out there were, well, okay, so are you recognizing, do they have to have graduated from South End? Could it be somebody that maybe started South End but didn't finish, but died, serving? At what point, what's the limitation? You have to have guidelines. And so that was being back and forth. And then the other thing is, on this memorial, do you list all of the services? And if so who's going to get the names of all the people that served that went to South End? So I know that at that time, our PIO was Mr. Ed Suarez. I don't know if any of the ladies were here at that time. Ed Suarez was our PIO back then, and he was charged with coming up with names of South End graduates. I'd have to look to see if I have anything still from 14. I don't know if I do or not, but I can dig to my files and see. And if even Mr. Suarez found anything or not. But it's a lot of work, because, and then you say, how far back do you go? Do you go back to World War II? Where do you start? And where do you stop? So there was still a lot of unknowns, but Stacy's right. There was a contest held, and our high school students did the renditions, and one was picked. And I remember, because I see Mr. Zamora sitting there, the student's last name was Zamora. No relation to you, Mr. Zamora. But there was a student by the name of Zamora, I think, that won the contest. And there was a rendition Garza Baumberger offered to do this at no charge, to do a rendition of the mural or of the memorial. And I think the ultimate memorial was going to have a panel for each service. And then, depending on what service, their name would go on the panel with the emblem of the service. And you're right, it was going to be between the high school and there's a light pole there in the hump, and that's where it was going to be erected. And the committee, we did have actually a groundbreaking. I don't know, you said there was a YouTube or something on that? I remember it was real cold.
Yeah, it was. I remember what I was wearing. It was
freezing that night. But we had, the ROTC was out there. They did the dirt, they did everything. So, but to my recollection, there was never any donations made. If there were, they weren't reported to anybody, not to my knowledge. I know that at that time, Garza Baumberger did say, I'll donate if I need to, you know, whatever we can do to help. But I think the whole intent of this memorial was not for us to fund it, but to go out and solicit monies to come and build this thing. Because it was going to be expensive because there was marble involved in this thing. So the whole concept is let's go out, let's solicit funds, and let's get this built. That's my recollection of what happened.
And I remember in detail for like the names, and Ed was gonna get what he could. He was gonna go through what he could find in our history, which we know a lot of times is missing. But they were gonna leave room for whatever came forward. If a family member came, there was gonna be somewhere if the name had to be etched in. So, but those details were put out, but, you know, it just fell to the wayside.
And I think at that time we were doing the 2-day South San.
Yes.
It was advertised in our paper. If you have any families that graduated from South San, that served in the military, the jobs of our country, submit your name. So what administration did, I can tell you that that administration did nothing to go out and solicit funds. Nothing. That's why it went by the wayside. Nothing more was done. Nothing. That's all I have. That's all I know.
Oh, okay, yeah, great. No, I think that's a pretty good recollection. as you usually do. Certainly, I think everyone knows that, you know, I'm a Marine Corps veteran, so I think there would be, I would be first in line to support this initiative that Mr. Flores has revived. I think it's certainly something, like Mr. Rasco said, our community deserves. And I know that we have a lot of staff members that are veterans as well and serve still at times. And also to revisit what Mr. Rasco said, as far as, you know, Ms. Prado mentioned the committee and soliciting funds and, you know, the renditions that were done in that whole entire process. You know, how are we going to fund it, right? So I think everything that I've heard, in my opinion, would be probably the way to go. You know, having to go back and I don't know if anybody else had the opportunity to read the responses that to the questions that Ms. Prado put as regarding our financial or the financial data. So you know, I tend to put my budget committee chairman hat on and think about how we're going to pay for stuff going forward, right? Given that we're in an already adopted budget year. So. But certainly I would support any efforts whatsoever. I'll go stand watch in front of the memorial if we got someone out there standing watch. But I think what Ms. Prado just described, and I think Ms. Alvarez also mentioned that there was a committee that was formed and we were supposed to go out there solicit funds. And I think that's probably, as I sit here now, probably the best way to go. I don't know what Mr. Flores is.
Well, speaking to this again, I've been part of an aggressive board that has seen a lot of things transpire through the year, and we made it happen to look for money to replace, you know, the turf, and the track, and big projects like this. And so, to me, a veteran, some active duty, somebody that's put their life on the line, you cannot put a price tag on, right? And so, is it should we foot the bill? I'm not saying we should foot the whole bill, But we should appreciate the people that have given to the community, given, to our great country through our community by, serving. And now it's our chance to say, hey, thank you, and thanks a bunch, and thank you forever. Because, again, there's no price tag on this. I believe we should have reform a committee. Each district should have one or so veterans that can have some input, that they can go out and solicit. I don't see how some of our people that we have partnerships now, like Wells Fargo maybe out there, would not say, I will not support this. What can we do to help? We haven't asked them for a sign on our field yet, but they're everywhere else. But who can go out there? I'm sure that would be the part of Ms. Dale to do that. But then again, the veterans that go out there and get on foot and say, hey, this is what we want to see. I don't think it's that far off for us to not support this and see this come to fruition. I was hoping to see that we would have a military night themed football game, and at halftime have the veterans stand in the middle of the football field. I'm sure we can't read all their names, but we can recognize them. We can maybe find a sponsor like a state rep or something that would want to buy all their t-shirts or else help and partner with them, and they're down there, and then we invite the Security Hill, the United States Air Force officer or chief to come and dedicate the site if that's what we have to redo. And if we do get the opportunity for a monument, well, then it gets dedicated that night. But our veterans and retirees, they all get in free. So we make this a huge community event. For that, the specifics of who goes on and what, I'm sure can be worked out amongst the committee members, as they partner with us and with you, Ms. Navy. And so I just want to make a motion. Oh, and then nobody else has to.
I do.
Go ahead, Stacey.
I do want to say that, Madam President, I think we owe it to, I know I'm sure the student is former already, but we owe it to that student, because if we can find that student, because that student put a lot of work and a lot of dedication into designing what, it was amazing, it was beautiful. So he found it.
I found it, and it's so
Yeah, I just think that we owe it to that student because they put a lot into designing that.
Anyone else have comments? I think Mr. Flores has a motion. Any other comments? No? Okay, Mr. Flores?
Well, it's kind of along the same lines as what we were speaking about, but I want to put a motion out there that we reform a committee for the Veterans Memorial Monument to be erected at the site that's already been determined, that we identify a football game during the fall to celebrate and dedicate the monument or the site of the monument, and invite all retirees or veterans, active duty that are South San grads or live in the South San district to attend the game for free. That partnerships are seek to give out commemorative t-shirts, that they get on the football field and be recognized, that during their different parts of the game, that fallen South San grads with their grad year are read out so that they're recognized and again, not forgotten. That we invite a local officer to come and speak and dedicate and celebrate that occasion. Let's see. And that the poster winner be identified and that it be revived and used. And if the budget needed to be amended this year, well, that we make necessary amendments or make adjustments or in the budget to come in August, if that needs to be the case, to pay for it then, But at the same time, in this motion that we seek partnerships with those that want to be involved in this as a commemorative or to commemorate the veterans and the appreciate the community that has served.
Ms. Sherrill, you get all that?
I know. I won't ask you to repeat it. I'm sure Michelle has.
So can I maybe simplify this?
First, he's got a motion on the floor, I have to get a second, and then you can add, please, whatever you like.
Well, if I may, Madam President, if I can suggest an amendment to Mr. Flores and see if he's receptive to it, and then maybe, I love the enthusiasm. My amendment would be that that on the reformation of the committee, that Mr. Flores be the chair of that committee. If you're, that's just a regular.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roscoe. do you
That was
want-
going to be my suggestion.
All right, so if you agree with his amendment to add to your motion,
Yes.
then the motion will read as you presented it with the amendment that Mr. Rodriguez made to make you chair. You all straight on this? Okay, well, we have a motion.
Is that good?
Is
Yeah,
that-
that falls under no good deed goes unpunished.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Flores. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Alderete. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, by Ms. Shirley Ibarra Peña. Do I hear, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, now we'll go into closed session. At this time, the board will now convene into closed session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, and 551.0821. And the items in closed session is, number one, discussion concerning personnel matters pursuant to the Texas Government Code 551.074, discussion with legal counsel concerning legal issues surrounding appeal of UIL classification, and also discussion regarding Casey Middle School assistant principal. Okay, the time is 8:52.
No, but she said that 2 years. Once it was said in October,
Okay, the board will reconvene into open session. The time is 10:04. And do I have any motions for the closed sessions item?
Yes, can you read the agenda item?
Yes, the item is the, hold on.
Okay, well, where it's spelled out here, so I'll move that we accept the resignation of the case of middle school assistant principal.
I have a motion by Mr. Rodriguez. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Who second? Okay, Ms. Peña, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Meeting adjourned at 10:05.
Oh, yes.
I'll shoot it on the way home.
Can you take this out of Mitch's laptop? One of the only one that hasn't been done.
Oh, I got good.